Let's get some music going. A little too much music going. Sound go. Oh, that's sad. Oh wait, is it going through my headphones? It's probably going through. No, I'm not seeing it on the which one? Okay, I heard that, but I don't see it on the soundboard. Oh, let's stop and restart this. Okay, that's a little bit better. All right, good. Okay, so sound check completes. Let's see. I wanted to actually open up another. We're just getting ready here. Chat timers. Okay. I think I'm about ready to get started here. I got a few hours, maybe 3.5 hours. All right. Let me just copy and paste this over into the live stream channel and we'll get going. All right. Okay, with 10 seconds left on the clock, we're ready to go ahead and get this started. So, boom! Hey everybody, how's it going? Oh no, I got to sneeze. It's coming. I hope they heard that over in Brazil. It's a good sneeze. Okay. So, let's do a little catch up real quick. Where are we at here? So I got a couple pull requests open that I need to go through. One was just some cleanup stuff. The big important one is API endpoints, and this one's not really ready to go in. I just am padding it out, or not padding it out, but what's the word I'm looking for? I'm doing stuff. Not padding. What's the kind of templating? Just filling it out. Anyway. So here's what the new API looks like. Let's see. Can I get this to go any better? No, I can't. Apparently, it's stuck. So maybe the 3-column bit was a bad choice, because it turns out I don't really have a lot to say about these things. I guess I could put better examples here, some pro tips or something. I don't know. I could fill up the space. But anyway, the really important thing is the example response, and this is looking a lot cleaner from what it looked like before. So if we look at the old one, has all this data, including a lot of data like the box ID and the Stripe ID, the HubSpot ID, stuff we just should not be exposing. So the new one just limits it down to what needs to be exposed for the public API. And we were talking about naming things, and we decided on some stuff, namely that I think we're gonna keep users as users, although I'm not 100% on that, but I'm not 100% against it, I guess. Some of this other stuff, resources, 100% against. So we're just gonna go ahead and fix that right now. So content, resources. So this is getting renamed to records, and this is good because resources was originally, I learned this yesterday, was originally from the perspective of a company has a variety of resources, such as employees and equipment and equity, etc. But that's what it represents at the platform level at this point, is that it's a complete record of some data that was filled out from a form. Also, I'm going to take the headphones off and see if we can just put this through. Let's put this back through the speaker headphones, the speakers. Okay, that's not doing anything. That's fine though. All right, so I got that. Yeah, so this is going to get renamed to records, and I don't know if we're going to do records by type or what. If we do it by type, I kind of just want to do everything by type and not have the type here, but have, well, I don't know. But anyway, we're going to rename some of this stuff. Create a new, let's see, create a new, what is this saying? Create a new record for an organization, and I don't think that's right. Hey, what's up? Elon, long time no see. Thanks for joining in again. It's always nice to have you. All right. Create a new record for an organization. Let's see. So, anyway, part of me wants to say for all of these record types, which I think the record types, we only have 30 of them or so. I don't think that's what's numbered here. We did 10, 10. Oh, okay. This is almost all the record types. But some of them are internal only. So let's see, we'll get that. List all by org. Get one by ID. Update one by ID. Okay, I'm not really doing anything else with this right now. Then just let me stash this, pull it. Rename resource to record. And then there's a bunch of the stuff that's going to need to go in with it. I didn't really want to have a separate section for their examples. So we have examples for a specific company that wants some demos, and I really just don't. Let's see, record types. I don't want to make it so specific to them. I just want them to use the regular documentation, because now we have 2 sets of documentation. All right, record. All right, and this one needs to be updated as well. See, and then putting the I had real IDs in there, but whatever. Records. Okay, I got one of these left. Has BNNA been renamed to PaperOS? No, this is different. This is a client project. So I am going to get around to the BNNA stuff, but I'm going to do that later today. I was going to do it yesterday, but then I had some other stuff that was more pressing, and then I've got some more stuff that's more pressing. But I'm going to do it later today. I'm scheduling it at around 2:30, but I may not stream what I'm working on because I'm going to go hang out with JoJo. So we're going to work on stuff together. But yeah, that one took a hit. So one of the people involved, his son had cancer. His son is now passed. And so BNNA was both a distraction from what was to come. But then it very quickly, because things took a turn, it very quickly lost focus. So that leaves JoJo and I to work on it, and we have been working on it, but I haven't streamed the work that we've done, and the work has, it needs to accelerate. We need to do a much better job. But because of the circumstances, it became a lower priority. Resources to CSS config content readme. Okay. All right, then we're going to rename records. So when we started BNNA, I knew that there was a high likelihood that because of Ryan's son's cancer, that Ryan might not be dedicated to it enough at the time that we were getting the ball rolling. But that's okay. He'll come back around. You know, he's going through the various stages of the grieving process and whatnot. So, but he'll come back around in the future at some point. But in the meantime, Jojo and I have what we need. Between us, we learned the I was pretty heavy on learning the expertise from Ryan while he was available, and I think that he was a little bit insulted because he thought, hey, you know, I'm the one that you know, this is my area of expertise. I'm going to handle it, but I knew that I needed to learn it, so I did, and it worked out. All right. Okay. There we go. So now, if we build the site here, we should see now this is called records, which is great. Oh, documents still need an ID. I'm trying to think what I need to do. I need to go through these examples and make sure that they're updated. Indeed. Indeed. May he rest in peace. Yeah. You know, it's quite tragic. He was only 4 years old. And so half of his life he had cancer for half of his life. So, but I went down for the prayer service about 2 weeks before he passed, 2 or 3 weeks before he passed. And it was a good prayer service. It was an excellent prayer service. And it was a really, honestly, from my perspective, it was inspiring to see all of the family and the friends come together and just be there. And the funeral service is sometime this week. I was not specifically invited, although I wouldn't make it anyway. But it was posted publicly for those that have the rest of the information anyway. It was in one of the groups. But yeah, I don't really know. I don't know how to process that. I'm not going to try. I'm not a very empathetic person. It was tough, you know, being there, because I could see, I mean, my daughter is 4 years old. And so there was, you know, some teary moments. Okay. But I don't I'm not in that sort of situation, though at some point in my life I'll be in something similar to it. Well, actually, I have a close relative who is losing her memory, and it pains me dearly, for a number of reasons. But yeah. Oh, and it's getting warm in here. It says it's 67 degrees, but it feels a lot warmer than that to me. Let me turn this down a little. So hard to do temperature control. But it's in the 50s outside, and it's definitely in the 70s in here, so it's all right. Okay, so the next bit is these need to have, basically this just needs to be copied and pasted. But we need to, okay, this is something we need to figure out. I need to fix this for right now. This is something I need to fix over here. We need to switch back to main. I need to pull main. I think main has been updated. And then we need to switch over to, what did I call this branch? V1 API. We're going to switch over to the V1 API. This is one of the things that we have to figure out what to name, is we have a bunch of these things. So they'll have a label, like a plain English label, but the label in of itself is not necessarily unique. So for example, there are several things that are named name, as in company name or first name, or just, there are several things. There's 1,500 of these type IDs, and they need unique slugs, but it's not immediately obvious how to convert their label. In the simplest case, it's the thing that it's connected to. So we could say it's for things that are of the type company, therefore it's a company name. But anyway, this is really weird. This is being overloaded, and I need to ask about this, because 881 actually means multiple things. So that one we literally can't give a slug in its current incarnation because it's being multiplexed. And I need to figure out a solution for that. So this is going to be, what was it, orgs? I think we're calling, yeah, it's still part of the account. So post new account 881. So I think we need to do partner slug, and then so this was a a shortcut. Before it makes it into production, we need to have a 1,501st type for that. I'm going to go send a message about that right now. Oh, why is my calendar opening? I don't want to open the calendar. I should just uninstall most of these Mac OS apps, because they only get, I only open them by mistake. Let me get them off my dock at least. I don't know why they're there. And even the ones that I want to use, they're not useful. Like contacts. It doesn't sync between my phone consistently. I don't like the way that it syncs. Okay. What was I doing? I was looking for Slack. Where did Slack go? Don't I have Slack up here? No, I think I just have the web version on this computer. I didn't want to infect it with Slack. Just going to give this example. Let's not overload 881 to both mean business type and parent partner and partner name. Create a new type for this with the value range. And have the events trigger on that value rather than business purpose. So it's one of those things where hold on. All right, so the thing is, there are events that trigger in this system. So when somebody creates a new organization, the purpose of the organization will trigger certain things to open. Now, we can simply not set that thing and avoid the trigger, but if we set the thing, it causes a trigger. So there's certain when the thing is created, if it has certain properties and the property has a particular value, it'll trigger an action. So anyway, so we need to change that because, well, I guess the idea behind it is that something that the business purpose triggers a generic set of actions, and we need to have those actions not be triggered, not to have the default set of actions, but to actually not be triggered, which I think is why they overloaded it this way. Because I think that this value is not actually used in any of the record data or the fields that are being filled out. Anyway. Um Take a look at this. Okay. All right, that one needs to go in the post. That makes sense. Let's go switch over to cleanup real quick. This one's probably going to be very different. Okay, no, that's actually great. Okay. Let me go take a look at these and see what we've got here. Oh, I stopped the music. When did I stop the music? I didn't mean to do that. Or did I? Maybe I did mean to do it. Wait. Oh, that's weird. Did this stop? I actually see that the background music is not doing what I'm expecting. Where'd the background music go? Okay. Okay. There we go. For whatever reason, the background music wasn't being captured. All right, let me just double check nothing else broke. What the letter L? Hold on, let me just stop all this. All right, and then start that again, and then see. Okay, I guess something glitched, and the music stopped, and whatever. But we're back. Okay. So backfill. This one, there's going to be more added to that. There's going to be more added to that. Okay, but we should be able to base this off of main. And then I should be able to go back here, get switch, get rebase. Whoops. Let's do get pull. Get rebase main. Current branch is up to date. Great. Okay. And then this one. That's off that. That's fine. Okay, cool. So having that, oh, I didn't actually put that up. Okay, so that makes sense. Let's move this up here, and we'll call this to do. Let's do not do 999. All right. So for right now, we're going to keep this value, and we're going to change it. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay, so we can get rid of this and rid of this. And all of these up to here. Let me actually pull this first. Get rebase abort. There we go. Okay. Fix all conflicts. There's no conflicts. Okay. Welcome to Real Development, y'all. Renaming stuff. Okay. So with that, let me see what I need to do here. I need to add something for this one. All right, I'm gonna update this. All right, none of these are going to exist. I got to go create them all. I should be able to test with the test token here. Let me go ahead and let's see. Do I have that over here already? No. All right, we're gonna get the test token. Let me go back up to the top here. So there's the test URL for the test customer. Hey everybody, how's it going? Feel free to ask questions, to troll and heckle or whatever. Well, I was gonna say within reason, but a reasonable person knows that. An unreasonable person wouldn't. So it goes without saying. So in the documentation, we have an example that actually works. So let's do list all by org here. This might even work as is. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's fine. My org ID. Right. So what I need to do then, let me go grab those variables again. All right, what is the org ID that we're using in the documentation here? Organizations. Oh, we have more than one org ID, right. I need to do it the old way, and then I need to do it the new way. So, for those of you that are just tuning in, one of the properties of this project is that we have IDs that originally were auto-incrementing. So the test users have IDs below 100 and test accounts and stuff. Well, actually on this, everything's, for the example, everything is test stuff. None of it's real users. But to make this a public API, we're renaming a lot of these things and then providing an external ID for the world to interface with that looks more like that. Actually, literally modeled after what Stripe has done. Okay. That's where I got the idea, was looking at this, and I thought, you know what? I actually like it when it has the prefix of the type, because when you're dealing with complex data and you've got all these in numbers or whatever, it's nice to be able to, well, even if you just want to grep through the documentation or something, it's nice to have a prefix in the ID. And it doesn't have to be all the way down at the database layer. I don't know whether Stripe actually puts the customer underscore on these in their database, or if their database just has that amount, but it's not that big of a deal to put a couple of extra characters that just get no opt. Anyway, so account ID, we're going to go with that. We did decide that we're changing the name of account to org. We're changing the name of resource to record. We're changing the name of feature to field because it had kind of a scientific slant to it rather than a programmer slant in the naming, but we're doing the API, so it ought to be a programmer slant. Okay, so I'm going to run this bit with the records. Oops. Oh, whoops, I need to source. And then run this. Okay, good. And good. So you can see we have the pub IDs coming back as well. That's good. Excellent. So 2 things I need to do. Actually, the first one, while I'm thinking about, there's a bunch of stuff that needs to get done. So it's got to do all the things. But the first one before this one gets, whoops. Before this one gets done is I should probably go back and do get one org. Pub ID. So why we're going into user routes for that, I don't remember.
Hey, honey.
Yes, Onene, what's up?
Did you eat?
I did, thank you. Okay, so user routes. So I gotta go find user routes. That was under source routes, user. And the org stuff is in there for some reason. Okay, we're gonna have get one org. Really, this should be orgs. Get one. Or let's say v1 orgs get one. And then this should be, I think I will just go rename these. v1 orgs get any. Oh, that's kind of confusing. That looks like a... Maybe we can do it this way? Okay, that'll work. Alright, so it doesn't need that prefix. User access query. Where user ID. Okay, let pub ID equals rec.params.pub ID. We don't need any of this. Well, what we do need actually is we're going to test for this. Hey everybody, how's it going? What's up? What time is it where you are? Where are you and what time is it where you are? That's what, just like, we're being friendly. I'm starting because I know it's hard to be friendly. So just tell me, what time zone are you in? Where do you live? Let's see, missing pub ID. That would not be a query parameter. That would be a... Oh, that can't be possible, actually, because the routing controls that will be there. And we don't need the sense stuff. We're not going to use that. Okay, we got pub ID there. Last updated. I'm in Utah. Or Utah, as we say. So, do we have the ability to get one? So this should be org perms, yes. So if not org perms dot length, then throw errors dot create not found null and message. Oops. Pub ID does not match any organizations owned or accessible by this user. There we go. There we go. Hey everybody, how's it going? What's up? Tell me the time zone you're in. That's all I'm asking. It's a small ask. Just make the chat go blah, 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 blah. It's how we get to know each other. It's the start, you know? That gives me an idea of what language you speak, what your political leanings are. Yay! David, what's up? Wait, how are you GMT -4? Oh, I guess the East Coast is -4, -5, not -5, -6. Central Time is -5, -6. We're -6, -7. California is -7, -8. Okay. Please don't infer my political leanings from my place of residence. Well, okay, so here's a question I have. In our public API, when we're returning just one object, should we put a wrapper object around it? Because there might be metadata that we want to put out later. So, for example, here's something I like to do. Success true, right? So this result, and actually I want to change the updated at. I don't like it being a number. It's just so much easier to deal with ISO timestamps. It's not as efficient per se. But goodness knows they're easier to work with. So I think I'm going to swap that out right now. Whatever this is, to ISO string. One thing I love to do, though, is to do ISO strings that have the local time with the offset. Of course, those are not lexicographically, they are not lexicographically sortable. Whereas Zulu ISO timestamps are lexicographically sortable. Yeah, part of me just wants to wrap this and just say, boom, result. Success, true, result. And then results is always nested in something. Because that means that when we want to add paging or whatever, it's easier to do. But figuring out the right way to do that is kind of difficult. Because then in your type system, you have to have this wrapper type that can hold any type, and then you have to do some sort of testing to figure out what's in the wrapper type. Or you have to have a different wrapper type for each type that it can contain, and that's kind of annoying. So, I don't know. But for this one, I think it makes sense. I don't know. I just foresee, well, I guess we could just make it different if we need to. If we need to add metadata around an object, we could just add a v2 and say, if you want to get the metadata around the object, then you need to use the v2 API, and that's acceptable. I don't think that's terrible. Okay, so then this is good now, right? Surrounding object is your preference, but what does that look like, and how do you make it easy for people that use typed languages? I don't know that Vermont is not baby California. Do they still allow knives and guns at school in Vermont? I hope that they do. Vermont is redneck Democrats which is not California. Oh no! They got rid of knives and guns? That is a pity. Okay, maybe it is baby California now. Because as long as there were knives and guns at school, Vermont's a safe place. You know? I just loved that you can end an argument by pulling up your bootleg and whoever's knife is bigger wins the argument. That's a safe and secure place to be. You know, walk softly and carry a big stick, or I don't know if that's the way to use it, but yeah, because everybody had a knife, you were not afraid of anybody having a knife. Ugh. Adopted California emissions. I can't ride my four-wheeler there anymore. Well, I guess I'm not going back to Vermont. Baby California. Hey, so what are you up to right now? Is it orgs? Did I make it orgs? Okay. Applying for jobs on your lunch break? What jobs? I thought things were going well at work. Wanted to ask your opinion on ES modules since I noticed require in your code the other day. Let's see. I have a little video on the ES modules, but essentially, and everything shows this now that we're out of the hype cycle of ES modules. Obviously, people that are doing React are still going to use it, but they're worse in every way, and they provide no benefit unless you're transpiling and the transpile system that you're using requires them. They just mess things up. They're less performant. They are less well standardized. If you publish an ES module, then it will break systems that try to use it unless they're also using ES modules. Whereas if you publish a require module, it will work in an ES module. So that the main benefits that were supposed to come from ES modules, they never arrived because HTTP2 was never really adopted. However, speaking of HTTP2, we had an excellent presentation on HTTP2 that I want to share with y'all. Let me see if I can find it real quick. This was on the Utah Stack.js channel. Oh, I have to, oops, I have to make sure that is public again, because we had a little bit of politically incorrect commentary towards the end, and started to say some real no-no sentences, and it was such that I felt that it would be better to not have those in there. So I temporarily unlisted it until I could edit it, and then I edited that sentence out. which I said and someone else agreed with. So I'm the primary culprit. Let me see if I can get to this Utah Stack.js. Getting to the channel here. Okay. Visibility, public. Here we go. So let's see if it does copy and paste between systems. There we go. That was on HTTP 2. And I was actually convinced that there is real use case for HTTP 2. I don't remember exactly why. But for the most part, HTTP 2 has been thrown away. The baby and the bathwater, the whole thing got thrown away. It's essentially just used for the one aspect of having a shorter round trip time on TLS connection, because for historical reasons and certain bugs and proxies that Google discovered when they tried to deploy this, the handshake, you could actually send the hello and the reply at the same time. So you could send the hello, the other server is going to send their hello, and then you would send your, you'd send your ping, they'd send their pong, you'd send your pong, they'd send their pong. So what Google discovered is that for a properly implemented service, what's going to happen as it parses the ping, it's going to send the ping. So like once it encounters ping, it will send ping. Then the next thing it will do is read the pong. And so then it will send its pong. So what Google decided to do was to send the ping and the pong and the hello at the same time, because if the parser parses the ping, it's going to send the pong, and then you already know ahead of time what's going to be in the pong, so you can send your pong before you receive their pong, if that makes sense. So Google doubled up on the ping and the pong and the hello, the TLS hello from the client, and doubled up on the ping and the pong from the TLS hello from the server. So they sent them simultaneously rather than actually waiting, and this cut down TLS time. But because of the way some proxies were implemented, the proxies would actually have some sort of fault condition where after they read the ping, they would continue to read the pong before sending the pong and then get in a bad state. And it wasn't web server stuff, it was proxy stuff, if I remember correctly. Anyway, so HTTP2 was the answer for that problem, and they said, oh, okay, well, we'll fix a bunch of other problems as well. But they didn't really do much in the way of fixing other problems. And pretty much nobody uses HTTP2 except for Google and a few others that actually, and some of the things from HTTP2 have been deprecated, so they can't be used. Anyway, so ES modules, that whole runaround was that ES modules were supposed to be taking advantage of HTTP2 so that you would get these faster load times, but then in reality, you never do. It always gets transpiled, it adds more bulk, it's more stuff to parse, it's more stuff to process, and you end up not saving anything. And there are some of these dev build systems that you, in dev mode, you get the benefit, but then when it goes to prod, you don't actually get the benefit, so it just is all garbage. Oh, things have not been going well at all. Things are about to go under. Jumping ship. Yikes. Okay. Well, that's that. All right, let me double check that I have this right. Actually, I just want to remove this part. And then I can always backfill that if it doesn't work out the way it's supposed to. Okay, so this would be... Okay, so I wanted to add this, and then I'm going to go get these fixed, and then I'm going to change some things up. So maybe we could do, it's records v1 get any. This is the nomenclature I prefer, actually. Records v1 get 1, but I don't like this. This is bad. Like, this is the kind of thing where, just looking at this, you should be able to tell that this is no bueno. And I get a little confused by that. So the resource type just shouldn't be there. That should be a query parameter. Or we should just go full on and have a record type for each of these, which I actually really like that idea. But it'd be a lot to enumerate, and it'd all be the same. It'll be the same thing. Not sure how we would do it. Actually, I'm gonna try. Okay. Okay, what would that look like? So where is this ambiguous? It's ambiguous on the get. Because this get is indistinguishable from this get. I wonder if there's something we could do to fix that. Because the pub ID is going to have a particular format that I think we can detect. And maybe we do this, records by type. Or we just leave it as a query parameter. I think that's what we do, is we make it so that it's a query parameter and you can restrict it by the query parameter. Because otherwise, and it's, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad idea. We could have slash v1 slash, you know, whatever. But we're going to have this. Hold on. Where is... Okay, use. Okay, so then do we have a count again? Okay, so I don't like this one. Let's do set number here, just so I can see what we're looking at. All right, so if we go back, because I'm wondering if I can just supply... Part of me just wants to duplicate all of our logic for the security or the V1 API. That it gets tricky, because if we update the security for the internal API, we have to make sure we update it for the external one as well. That's what worries me. Okay, so that's also kind of weird. So I went from 1642, and we just have this big jump. Oh, but this was because of the room stuff. Okay, right. That makes sense, actually. I kind of want to... I'm going to make an argument for putting everything under a V1. I think it could work. Wait, okay, but this is a little confusing. Why are these sudo routes here? Okay, because this was all account admin stuff? Is it account admin the whole way down? It's not. So I don't know why this sudo stuff is in the middle. I don't like that. It's probably because it's related to partners, as it shows there. I don't know, but I want to get that sudo stuff moved. I thought I got rid of all of the unprefixed routes. I could be mistaken about that. All right, check in comments again. I thought ES modules might be part of Node. I'm assuming as a rule I want to avoid transpilation and bundling. So yes, ES modules are a part of Node, but it's superfluous. It's extraneous. You will not experience any detriment by not using them, except if you are using modules that do use them. So if you're familiar with the what color is your function problem, ES modules introduce the what color is your module problem. So the require modules are easy to bundle and pack and transpile, and they work anywhere. The ES modules are not. So require modules you can just use. They don't require transpilation. ES modules, most people that are creating ES modules are running some sort of build tool to then export the require module, which again, this is just extra work that doesn't need to be done. Now, some people say because they target the browser as well, that it makes sense because they're going to have their module work in Node and in the browser. But if you have to transpile it anyway, it just seems to make sense to put the onus of the transpiling on the systems that need it, and that people who don't can just put it in a script tag. So I think you've seen me do this. I'm going to show this example right here for you, Kai. So Kai, if you weren't listening, I was speaking to you just then, so hit rewind. But so let's say you want to do this. Well, in this case, var would make more sense. So let's say we got var storage equals exports, and this could be window.storage or require storage. So say you do something like this. This is how I define modules, or this is how I import modules for things that I want to work in the browser and in Node. And yeah, it adds boilerplate. It does. But it works, and it's very, very simple. If I had hundreds of dependencies, this would get a little annoying, or a lot annoying, between all the different files. But if you only want to support browser stuff that has a transpiler, which is React and Next and everything, then you can just do the require. But if you want to support it so people can put it in a script tag, then you can do it this way. And then at the end, you just do... I'd have to show you the way that I do it. The dash modules that I have are good ones for that. So let me go find that real quick. GitHub, dash hive. Let me just pick one of the ones that I think dash phrase is a good one to look at. It's pretty simple. Let me see. Dash phrase JS. Okay. All right, so I'm going to give this one to you to look at. I'll bring it over here so you can see just the short of it. But the short of it is I put my major types up top. So I just JS doc them. And then this stuff is so weird, but I think this is one of the ones where we updated it to the latest. I'd have to ask Jojo. But there was a couple of things like this where we add this boilerplate line because there's so many different transpilers for all the different systems. And every time a new system comes out, so what is it, Vercel? Vercel has introduced a new transpiler. And so in order to get it to work with Vercel and work with all the other things so that the average person just put it in a script tag, we had to do this, which looks really, really weird. But we had to do this. So we have 3 lines of boilerplate here. And then we end up with a couple lines of boilerplate down at the bottom as well. So let's see. Okay. And then here... So then down at the bottom, it's 4 lines of boilerplate down here. So it's a total of 7 lines of boilerplate, but it only has a few keywords in it. And then it will work with transpiled, without transpiled, blah, blah, blah. It's super annoying. I mean, it's so weird. It's so weird because these are literally transpiler hacks. Like you would never see anybody do this in JavaScript except that the way that the transpilers read the code, you do these little tricks and then it makes the transpiler think something different and interpret the code differently. So dash phrase was one. I'm pretty sure we got that working. What was it? Dash TX. I don't know if we did that. We definitely didn't do dash join. I think there was dash keys, and dash HD. We also had to do something like this with. So here's dash keys, and we had to like re-export some types, which I mostly had this automated, if I remember correctly. No, this one I had to do these by hand, but it's stuff I regret that it has to be this way. And then here, similar thing, right? Where we have to do this really strange stuff just for the transpilers to be happy, but it's only a couple of lines. It's nasty, but it's only a couple of lines. So this one is actually 3 modules together, but they're 3 modules that would only be used together. And so, we could have split this out into 3, but then you have to have 3 files, and you have to have 3 requires, and da-da-da-da-da. So for this stuff that we wanted to make browser friendly as well, we ended up adding a little bit extra. But you can see, there's the extra boilerplate. It's not that much. So I'm going to send you a link to this. So you check it out. You figure out if that's what works for you. But again, it depends on whether or not you're trying to have browser compatibility. If you're not trying to have browser compatibility, just don't worry about it and you'll be fine. Let's see. Oh, I think I did some of those wrong. Let's see. I'll have to double check on that. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that... I don't know if I can deal with it right now. Org v1 records, this makes sense. Org debug. Okay, we'd have to redo this one as well. Probably just allow multiple paths. No, I think we could put our auth under the same API, maybe. Okay. Root app, API app, use. There would have to be so many of these. All right, there's a bunch of system stuff. I got the auth. I think we could leave all the auth in place and be fine. Okay. And this would be begin PaperOS API. API token. I don't know. Kind of looks like maybe it actually ought to start down here or something. Public. Verify code. We could maybe just not have code for... V1 API. Let's see. Where is user? See, this, it scares me a little bit. Replicating security logic. What could possibly go wrong? Migrate user. Eek. Okay, this get user access function is actually quite important. Even just, you know, this copy and paste where there's all this opportunity for me to introduce a bug. I don't know. I don't know if I really want to go this route or not. But I think it's worth trying out. I can always take it back. And this is useful to scope this way with org records because we will be in a situation where we want a user to be able to get their records regardless of the organization. Not found handler. Let's see where we got these. Public. Okay, and the reason that we have these not found handlers is to prevent authentication errors. Okay, I think we could do this. Now the debug route I'd actually want to be entirely different. Than what it is. I don't like that. I'd create a V1 debug route. Let's see, org records. Found handler. Who goes there? Oh. Okay. So I need to go to the resource and create these thingies. App.use. Let's see where we got that. Okay, so that one. Clean raw. I don't know what that means. Personate. Did we get rid of all the non-prefixed? What does this do? This needs a name. Okay. Convert IDs to ints. That's what this needs. Then we don't need the comment for it. Then it doesn't look so weird. Okay. So 1706. I think we can actually remove that now. Yeah, it looks like we can get rid of this now. There's this whole where to place these block. Okay, the only ones that don't start with a count are because they're a sub-app for the room, and that makes sense. So I think we did get rid of all of those. So I'm going to do another cleanup commit for that, actually. Do I have a cleanup commit open still? I tend to close them out pretty quickly. I don't think I do. This is great. So the one thing that's weird, though, is those sudos that are just kind of in the middle of nowhere. Alright, so there's all the sudo routes. And then above this, do we have any more of the super weird stuff? I think this is all just auth, massaging, data massaging, etc. The webhooks have their own authentication. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. So I think I should continue on the path that I'm on, but I will go do a different commit that removes the garbage. Let's see what's going on over here. Do I have any direct messages? No? Okay. Okay. Two. Okay, I do not like that send status. That's okay. I'll do a cleanup on this one as well. I'll put that in my cleanup. Cleanups. So we'll get rid of res.send, and then what was the other thing? Source routes resource. Okay. So cool, got an ACK on that. That makes me happy. All right, let's go back to the V1. Okay. Oh, you know what else? While I'm thinking on it, debug route. There we go. So I got a user. Actually, I need to figure out where. I have to leave that one alone for now. Oh. Alright, what was I going to do again? I was in here. Just gonna figure out what this is. Fetch V1 resource. This is one where it probably makes more sense. Well, yeah, I get why this is here. Alright, so we're going to do fields on this. We'll see how that works out. All right, the question, so there is a question within a record. Do the fields need to be prefixed within the record? And the answer is probably not, from the perspective that this is a tough one. Because you don't. Do we cross assign fields between record types? I don't think so. Because every record type has its own distinct set of fields, and you cannot add a field to a record that does not have that field type. So I think this actually should work, and then something else I did previously should then not work. Because if we look at the fields individually, they need a prefix that identifies the type of the field. But if we look at them within the context of the record that they apply to, they don't need a prefix because You can't give a person a company name, and you can't give a company a person's first name. The assignments don't make sense. Okay, and then I could have sworn with the Social Security. Well, I think it's encrypted in the database, but then we decrypt it. Let's see here. Social Security number. Or did we never apply the encryption? No, it looks like we applied the encryption. Let's see. Eh? Do we not apply the encryption? It wouldn't blow my mind if we never got around to actually applying the encryption. Well, it'd be double encryption anyway, because it's already encrypted at rest. It's already encrypted in transit. But I wanted to have a more specific encryption, and I think we did apply it, but then I think we got rid of it. Because there ended up being... let's see. Do we still have under here source lib, scrub secrets? No, do we not have encrypt or cipher? Okay. Okay. Is encrypt. Okay, so we do the encryption and the decryption, but we do it at a layer that it's so transparent that it may not end up mattering. Okay, good. Yes. So, Social Security numbers are encrypted as they go into the database, and they're encrypted as they come out of the database. So if someone were to get access to the live database, they don't get Social Security numbers. But if they get access to the live application, they would have access to it anyway. And anywhere that the Social Security number is used, it is encrypted. Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, that's... It might be a little bit of security theater. But I honestly, I do like the idea that Social Security numbers are encrypted, that if you got a copy of a backup of the database, you would not get the Social Security numbers. Holy shizdog. Okay, please don't do that. Please don't do that. This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency System. That scared the bejeebies out of me. So, interesting note. My understanding is that it is illegal to play that sound. But I had no way of knowing that it was coming. And I have no... Interesting. I wonder if that will get muted out by YouTube. I mean, not that that many people are going to watch the rebroadcast of this, but it happened to go off while I happened to be on air. You know, if a radio jockey or somebody... because my phone is on silent. So it overrode the settings of my phone. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't like that, actually. I don't like that someone else has that much control over my phone despite what I have done to it. That's weird. Okay. So Where was I? Before I was so rudely interrupted. Okay, so restructure. So we call this fields. I kind of prefer... Meh, whatever. Right, lowercase. So I guess for now we can just slugify the names and that should be okay. Okay, unlisted. Now, did I already do the bit where the resources... int? No, I didn't want event. I just wanted... Let's see, will this work? Okay, so we're going to leave that one alone for now. So that will just be document. Okay, we don't actually have any indication of how that will work yet. So this is just fine. So what I do need to do is I need to see what it looks like right now. What the data looks like. I don't... Let's see, records. Okay, let's do list all by org. So this should be the current one. Oh, this was what I was looking at. Okay, and this has pub ID, right? Yeah, okay, good. So pub ID. So we're gonna have... Can we... With graph fetched... Let's see... Bless me. Wait. Source models resource. Resource type. Okay. So we need to add a slug field. Count, features, resource type. So that's going to need a slug field. Okay. What do I do from here? Okay, we don't need to have that as async, right? There's no need to await that. Hey! What's up, Jagger? I don't remember your username. But I'm doing well. Things have... It's been a while since I've been on. But in that time... there's been some ups and some downs, just life stuff. But landing on the upside. How are you? What are you up to? Oh, Flippy Dippy. Okay, that actually needs to move back then. Fetch V1 resource. I did not see that earlier. I think I just removed here. Yeah, okay. So then I can just restore this. And nothing's lost there. And then in the routes, I need to go back to this one. Which is that where it just came from? Yeah, okay. Alright, checking on comments again. Haven't been around for over a year, so can't blame you. Same. Life happens from time to time. What am I working on? So, whew, I'm reorganizing and renaming things. So we are making a public API for this product, and we've documented the parts of the internal API that need to be used. And then now I'm going back and creating the public API retroactively from that. So I'm going through, I'm looking at this stuff and figuring out that. Ooh, that's scary. That's scary. That should not be down here. Let's see. Yeah. Alright, so the user already can't access this stuff. Oh, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. Hmm. Sorry, I think my brain skipped a beat there, and I don't know if I actually answered the question. I'm working on getting a public API out, and I have to restructure a bunch of data and IDs so that they look good for what they need to do. Wait, you said you did. I did what? Oh, I did answer it. Okay. Right. Let's see what happens when I throw this over here. Resource, flat feature, util. I think that there's relatively few things that it needs. So I'm just going to try to toss it up over here. All right, and then record routes. Org get any, I think is what I wanted to do here. And then I have an org get one. And an org create one. An org update one. All right, let's see what this looks like. Wait, resource ID. That was not a thing. Let's see here. There we are. Actually, you know what I would prefer to do? I don't know if this is necessary in all situations. Resource. Let's see, bad request, blah, 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 blah. Create one. Resource. Assert org resource. Hold on, we're going to do this. Actually, that was correct. Okay, there we go. So this is good. And then I'm going to take that up to the org get one as well. Okay, or get any. So that one we know that we got it. Well, this one, I feel like find by resource ID where resource.account ID. Okay. I think that's the better way to go about it right there. As we have the user and account ID. Anyway, checking on comments again. Okay, so okay. Okay, update resource for slugs. That's going to be rough. Resource ID. Resource. Okay, that one's going to be a pain in the butt. Oh. Wait, why does this have a promise resolve in it? Oh, because it's doing the reduce. Okay. Alright. Oh! Alright, let's see what we gotta do here. So we're gonna take a function, make a function, and we're just gonna stir it on. Let's see. Okay, what does this do? Okay, resource ID. We're gonna have record ID here. All right. String org ID updated at So I don't think we even need to have this finalized archived as draft. I don't want to expose that yet. So I'm just gonna put that over here for now. Okay. Type slug. Fields. Org ID. Type slug. Fields. Ah, crap. Oh. Okay. Oh. This is something I need a boilerplate generator for, is checking stale time on a cache. Let's see, where was this at? If all right, because we know that this cannot have a race condition, a memory race condition. Well, I guess it can, actually. Okay, there. From at this point, it cannot have a memory race condition. Resource types. Oh, bless me. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, so we're going to keep an in-memory map of all of the types. And then we're going to replace here, we're going to replace resource with feature. And then we're going to replace big R resource with big R feature. Okay. That actually should work out just fine. This actually... Okay, so we got that done. Let's see. Resource dot features. Record. We're doing this await, this void await, so that we can so that we can reliably call the to record and know that it's synchronous. Alright, to record, resource, features, feature type, feature type. Fields. All right. All right, so name, resource.name. Org ID. Okay, so does resource, source, models, resource, does that have a relationship to the account? Yes, it does. Okay. Okay, so org ID type slug. So this is one of those boilerplate things that a GPT would be good for. Is just... Oops. All right. Okay, where am I at? Created, updated, revoked. All right, so that's what the record looks like. So ID, name, type slug, org ID, fields. All right, so we're going to slugify all the things. We're going to use the slug here. All right, I like how that's cleaning up. And then we don't need to do anything about that. And then we return the record. What is this saying? Okay, record. To slug. Oh, it does not need promise. This should not be promise. This should just be record. Okay, and this only goes one way, so I actually don't need those void things to go to record in either of these locations. Okay. So where do I need this types cache then? Okay, record, get one. Okay. And this would be pub ID. Okay, update resource. Where was that going to be? Update. Is that really it? Okay. Oh, crap. Yo, Lane. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. I'm just doing grunt work. Going through and... Well, basically, I'm creating a public API, and I have to create IDs that are suitable for external use, and I have to add new API endpoints that use the new IDs, and also renaming a bunch of fields, because there's a bunch of fields that have names that internally are understood, even though externally they wouldn't make sense because the names don't necessarily reference what they are, or yeah. Got a few minutes between meetings. Okay, well, I don't know if I've got too much of entertainment value here for you. Are UUIDs considered good for external use? So, actually, or are you going Stripe style? And my answer is both. So I'm using Stripe style ULIDs. So the thing with the external IDs have to be indexed the same as the internal IDs. At some point in the future, that will never happen. It would be nice if we could just replace the IDs that we use internally. Well, we'll have to at some point, because the way that they're being used at some point is going to cause a problem. But anyway, the thing with UUIDs is that they make for poor insertion and suboptimal lookup, whereas ULIDs make for optimal insertion and lookup. And then the Stripe style, I don't know if it has a time component to their ID or not, but the important thing is that that there's a time component, an increment component, let's say, because it doesn't never necessarily have to be time, but there should be some sort of increment component to your IDs. And the UUIDs v7, I think is what it is supposed to fix this. But, meh. Well, the UUID v7 would, sure, I'd use that over a ULID. And I have used UUIDs, but after learning about ULIDs, I don't know that there's any benefit over a UUID to a ULID other than that if you need it to pass through a UUID parser, a UUID will pass through a UUID parser. But other than that, in terms of storage space, in terms of indexing, in terms of just general utility, I think that ULIDs are almost always preferable once you understand what they are. But if you know of a use case that's different, tell me about it. All right, so record v1 update. So this is going to have a record. It's going to have an ID. Okay, I'm going to have to test this ID. Resource ID. So set feature type by resource. Okay. Let's see. I've never used a ULID, but I've heard of them. Do databases support it natively? Well, kind of, because it's just a string. So you can use the UUID field for a ULID in many cases, because in terms of bytes, the UUID field is just a 26 byte field. So you can put whatever 26 bytes you want to in that field. And so ULIDs were designed with the idea that you can fit, or not 26 bytes, 16 bytes, sorry. Or is it 32 bytes? 16 bytes? 16 bytes. Yes? 16 bytes. Yeah. So you could take a ULID and you can store it in a UUID field either as text or as bytes. It will fit the space. So it'll fit the space of the string if you put it in string form. It'll fit the space of the bytes if you put it in byte form. So you can get it to be compatible. The databases natively support it. No, but you can get them to. You're just encoding the time in base 32 and then adding a random number. So it's kind of like UUIDs. You may not know this, but you can just generate a random string, encode it as hex, and then there are two characters. One you replace with the number 4, and the other one you do a bitwise AND with 0xF0. And that is a standard valid UUID v4, which is what you're probably using in your database. So it's not really a complex thing. It's just a matter of you're doing base 32 encoding rather than hex encoding. So for the characters, you just get more bits per byte. So meh. You don't really need support for them. Well, and another thing, if you've watched Ethan Garofalo's talk on idempotency, he talks about how you actually need the client side to be generating your IDs essentially, because your nonce, the client has to generate the nonce, and it might as well be generating the ID, since the nonce and the, if the nonce is a good nonce, like, it's not to the client's advantage to create crappy IDs for itself. So if you think about, attack vector, if someone's not going to use your SDK and they're not going to use your web application, but they're going to submit their own IDs, they would only be able to harm their account, right? So he brought up some interesting points about how in almost all cases you can actually have the client generate the ID, and it works better than if you have the server generate the ID for a variety of reasons. So in the cases where you need to have the client server interaction, you can just generate the ID on the client side if it's something where you're going to be, and I'm not doing that here, but he made a really good case for it. Let me see if I can find Ethan Garofalo idempotency. I think he gave this talk at Utah Stack.js. So I'm going to check Stack.js first. Offending sensibilities. Here we go. Idempotence, how to do it only once. Okay, I see that you're gone. Hopefully you got this before you left. I'll ping this to you. Let's see, ping, ping, ping. Where are you at? Imagine if you use text, it probably undoes whatever performance gains you get from moving from a UUID. Well, it's just bytes. So, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And the reason is the performance gains are on the indexing. So at the end of the day, the index is just bytes. And you only need so many bytes. It's not that you have to compare all of the bytes. You just have to compare the bytes up to the point where it matches. So, or to the point where it matches or doesn't match. But when you're doing your B trees, you're going to arrive at that point very quickly. So it's just bytes. Maybe, well, I don't know exactly. Anyway, so no, you would not undo performance gains by using text, because the performance gains are having a non-even distribution in the B tree index, because you don't want to be rebalancing the B tree over and over and over and over and over again. You want the B tree inserts to be log-like. B tree inserts should generally be that the latest item comes in next. Because if that's not the case, and you have to rebalance it or rewrite it, then you're losing performance in both directions. You're losing the lookup performance and the write performance, but particularly the write performance is where it's a problem. So if you're doing mostly reads and few writes, you won't notice that much of a difference. But if you're doing heavy writes, then you will notice the difference, because it makes the writes very slow. Are you assuming my DB types? Yes, I am. I'm assuming all DB types. And I make no bones about it. Okay. Let me get back to this. And this is also one of those things where I should have a sub router on this. This is kind of a weird place for this to go. Okay. So resource type ID. Had not thought about this. Okay, so... Oh, hey everybody, how's it going? Alright, we'll see how this works out. Alright, let's see if this works out then. Record, get one. Alright, so this is the PETA right here. Okay, so there are the types. I don't think that was the fields map. Let me try this again. Fields map. Okay, and then the slug here, we have a little bit of a problem because this needs to be... Okay, why do we have... Where's feature type names? Ugh! Alright, this is challenging. This is, well, the good news, this is probably the most challenging one. I'm going to bid for more time over here. Let's see. Resource. Fields. I don't even think that's... Doesn't make any sense. Okay, resource. type ID. This is actually useful. I'm gonna put that there. What was res map? Source constants. Name split maker. What? Holy shoot, dog. I don't even know what this means. Seems bad. Name features. Ugh. Reduce. Why? Why? No one should be doing reduce. Don't use reduce at home. You don't know how to use it. Don't do it. I have no idea what that means. Name features. What? Okay, that's so confusing. I have no idea what that means. But that's thankfully not in the place where I needed to be. Thankfully, that was the wrong function anyway. Okay, let's get back to the function where I need to be. What? Huh? I am so confused about this. Or let Alright, what am I doing here? Okay. I don't know what this name map is. I'm very confused about this. I don't know what this means. Resource name, feature ID, function. I'm just so confused as to what this resource name thing is. Oh, I think I'm getting it. Okay, so it is what the name field should be in the database for the thing. That's what this is. Hmm. Okay, I kind of get it now. It's weird, but I kind of get it. So basically, for every record, only one of its field can be the name. Only one of its fields can be the name. And we need to have that list. Dang it. Oh, crap. This is not nice stuff. Okay, so I think I'm going to end up having to restore this file and then put my updates on top of it, because I think that this was used in another place for another reason, and I get that now. Dang, it's warm in here. I'm a little confused as to how it's so warm. All right, we're gonna turn you off, buddy. You just cool right on down. Okay, and we will turn you down as well. Set the thermostat on those to 67 degrees. Well, I guess they haven't been running. But it's cooler on the floor. The heater's on the floor, and it's cooler on the floor. So the heater's heating up more. Even though, well, and the air's getting warmer because the day's going on. It's getting closer to the hottest part of the day, even though it's, well, outside right now, I don't think it's warm at all. I think it's something like 50 degrees outside. It's okay, so it's in the 60s outside, so it's much warmer than it was earlier. Anyway. Nice. High of 80 degrees. Yeah, we're preparing for winter. There might be another something that comes up. Snow is coming. No kidding. Do you want to know about snow is coming? The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes should be released. Let's see. What's the release date on this? I think it's next month. November 17th. Yes. So indeed, snow is coming. I don't think the movie is going to be any good. The book wasn't as great because the book was obviously made to be a movie. The first books were not made to be a movie. But this book, I'm pretty sure they made it to be a movie. So the book was good, but it's not as good. And I think the movie's going to suck. I think they picked bad actors, and I don't know what they were trying to do. But we'll see. We'll see how the movie is. But the thing is, you can't. When this is the story, you can't cast the bad guy as someone who just looks like a bad guy, because the great thing about the book is for the first half of the book or so, you're actually rooting for. Yeah, I get what that scene's about, but no. You need the main guy to not be creepy. Anyway, it'll be interesting. I don't think it's going to be as good as the original Hunger Games. It might have a higher budget. So technically, from the special effects or whatever, it might be better than the original Hunger Games. But we'll see. I think the book ends a little abruptly, probably because it's being made for the movie. I haven't seen any of the previews for this yet. Okay, well the good news is at least he looks less creepy in the trailer than he did in the original promotional material. Okay. So that might be all right. Cuz you really have to like him. You have to like him in order for the movie to work. You can't go in not liking him. You have to like him cuz the story is his, it's his rise to power. And you can't just think, oh, this guy's a creep. You have to really be able to empathize with him so that as he reaches the rise to power, you can have that emotional response. Okay. That one I'm not so sure about. Yeah, it's way too warm in here right now. Okay, the heaters are not doing anything. I'm just going to turn them off preemptively. Oh, wait, first, let me put them back in fan mode so they can be cooling down. Okay, resource.name. So we need to have our record. We need to have our field. Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it trim now. That's probably for the next year. I'm gonna get a haircut every 6 weeks. So this next haircut, I'm gonna basically have them do nothing except a little trim to this part and clean up. Because I got it cut too short and now it's about the right length. But I'm just gonna establish the habit of getting a haircut every 6 weeks so that I don't ever look shaggy. Okay. Okay. Okay, so is name type. So in general, in the database, I prefer to have date fields rather than Boolean fields, because most Booleans can be represented as a date. And if you have a conflict like with this one, setting the field to a date, so you can't enforce this constraint in a database that this is called a partition. So you can enforce this constraint, but it requires more SQL, and then you're putting applicate. Well, I guess it's data. I don't know. I don't like the idea. I like to keep the database fairly simple and not have too many of the rules in the database. But in the case of a Boolean flag, it's difficult. It's not intuitive how you say for the partition of the record type ID, the only one row in a partition of a particular group of rows can have this Boolean set to true. But what you can do is you put it a date field, and you could say set primary at, or set name at, or whatever, and then whichever one is the newest one is the one that wins. So you don't at the very least, you don't have any randomness if you accidentally set it twice, unless you happen to set it on the same date. Anyway, okay, is name type. Okay. Set the okay. All right, this one seems a little bit strange. Because are we not going to update this anyway? Okay, we are going to update this. All right, this one's going to be a little tougher. Dang it, I need like another hour. Yeah, so when I go in for my haircut next week, I'm going to get my sideburns leveled off on both sides because they're a little... I mean, I could do that at home, but... Anyway, yeah. Gonna get the top trimmed a little bit, and then get the neck hair and as far down as they're willing to go. I asked the lady, I said, I grow a lot of hair on my back, can you go a little further down? And she gave some technical answer of, like, we're allowed to, we can only trim as far as something. I don't know. You know, it's one of those weird things, because, first of all, the hair salon is one of those chains that started as, like, hot girls cut your hair kind of thing. And so... I don't know, that they have like a limit of how low they're allowed to go on your back. It's not like your back is a very private area or anything. So it's just, it's kind of weird to me. Well, I mean, maybe that was just her thing. Because most of the time when I ask that, they'll, you know, they just pull back my shirt and then they go down as far as the buzzer will go. They'll go down my back. But I don't know, maybe I said it in a weird way or something. I say things in weird ways all the time. especially in, public places around normal people. Okay. And this probably can't work because it probably wouldn't even be the right type. So I'm actually going to eliminate that. So patch and fetch. If resource name function. This doesn't make any sense. What is this trying to tell me? Okay, so some of that logic I would want to move out. Yeah, I'll come back to this later. I need to get going in a minute. But I'll come back to this later, and then I'm going to have to take more of the function that was there and just, oh man. Metaprogramming. Well, it's not metaprogramming, it's metadata typing. Anything that's multiple layers of meta is difficult. Holy shoot, dog. That's so much mess. It has to go through this for every single one of these? Oh, well, I guess it's not that bad because it's a fairly rare condition of changing the name. Well, it stinks that I gotta go. Dang it. I kind of like to go on this for probably another 3 or 4 hours. Honestly. Ugh. I could cancel my other plans. I don't know if that would be good. Because otherwise... Dang it, but I'm really into... Well, I can get back into this again. I know where I'm at. I know where I'm going. I can get back into it. Okay, so I'm going to need my own version of this. Function. Okay. Okay. We're going to initialize this. Resource type ID. Account ID. Okay, right. Hmm. Unnamed. Ugh, how terrible. Actually, now all those make sense. Name is the last one for a reason. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so then we have to update it. Hmm. Actually, that should be a pretty simple operation. Oh, record V1 get. Oh, what's tonight? Wednesday night? Tomorrow's Thursday? Dang it. I really do just want to pound this out. But it is about time for me to go. Here. Now I understand what this thing is. All right, I'm going to go. Let me go ahead and whip this. I thought I was going to get further with this, but I didn't realize how deep the rabbit hole goes. But it's fine. I mean, I don't think there's anything bad here. I need to let this... Let's see. So 410 to 490. This is JavaScript. Just plain old, regular old JavaScript. I'm actually just getting off though, Sammy. If you want to catch up tomorrow, should be back on, but I had to whip it. Work in progress. Commit. Because I gotta go. But I'll be back on another time. Adios. Now I gotta find the button here. I think it's this button.